Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the deep places of the world, where stone remembers the first songs and darkness holds secrets older than the sun, there are tales that few have heard and fewer still believe. These are the legends of Gandalf the Grey, the wanderer who walked between the light and shadow, whose staff has touched every corner of Middle-earth, and whose wisdom has turned the tide of ages. This is one such tale, whispered in the halls of the wise and sung in the hidden places where memory runs deeper than time itself. The story begins in the fading days of summer, when the leaves of Lothlorien still held their golden shimmer, and the world had not yet turned toward the long darkness that would one day come. Gandalf had received word from an unexpected source, a message carried not by eagle or raven, but by the wind itself. It spoke to him in the language of growing things, in the rustling of leaves and the murmur of distant waters, and what it told him filled his ancient heart with concern. There was trouble in the misty mountains, in a place that maps did not mark and where few dared to tread. The message spoke of a village, neither of men nor of dwarves, but of a people who had dwelt in the high places since before the sun first rose. They called themselves the Aranath, the king's kin, though what king they served and in what age he had ruled, even the oldest among them could no longer recall. For generations beyond counting, they had lived in peace, hidden from the wars and troubles of the wider world, sustained by ancient magics and the blessing of the mountain itself. But now, the wind whispered, something had changed. The old protections were failing, the very stone of the mountain had begun to sicken, and with it, the people who called it home. Children were born weak and wan, crops withered in soil that had never before failed, and at night, strange lights flickered in the depths of abandoned mines, accompanied by sounds that had no natural source. The elders of the Aranath had tried every remedy they knew, had sung every song of healing and renewal their ancestors had taught them, but nothing availed. The sickness only deepened, spreading like a shadow across their hidden realm. Gandalf stood upon a high ridge, his grey robes billowing in the mountain wind, and gazed toward the peaks where the Aranath made their home. The sun was setting behind him, painting the western sky in shades of amber and crimson, but ahead, where the misty mountains rose like the teeth of some great beast, the light seemed somehow diminished, as though a veil had been drawn across the world. His keen eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms and looked upon wonders that would drive lesser minds to madness, could perceive what others might miss. There was indeed a wrongness in those peaks, a disturbance in the natural order that spoke of something ancient stirring from its slumber. He had not come unprepared. In his travels across Middle-earth, Gandalf had learned that the old powers, those that had been set in place in the world's youth, rarely failed without cause. Something had disrupted the balance, had broken a seal or violated a prohibition that had held for untold ages. The question was what, and more importantly, why now? The world was entering a time of great peril, with shadows gathering in many places and old evils awakening. Could this be connected to the greater darkness that he sensed growing in the east? Or was it something else entirely, a separate thread in the vast tapestry of fate? As he began his ascent into the mountains, following paths that existed more in memory than in the physical world, Gandalf reflected on what little he knew of the Aranath. They were an enigmatic people, descendants of men who had been among the first to awaken in the elder days. Some said they had been granted long life by the Valar themselves as a reward for some great service now forgotten. Others claimed they had learned the secret of longevity from the elves, in the days when the friendship between the races ran deep and true. Whatever the truth of their origin, they had chosen to remain apart from the great events of history, neither seeking power nor shunning responsibility, but simply enduring in their mountain fastness, keepers of law and guardians of mysteries that the world had long since forgotten. The path grew steeper and more treacherous as Gandalf climbed higher. The air thinned and grew cold, though his breath did not come harder, nor did his step falter. He had walked in harsher places than these, had crossed the wastes of the north, and descended into depths where no light of sun or star had ever shone. Yet there was something about this journey that troubled him, a sense of wrongness that grew stronger with each step he took. The very stone beneath his feet seemed to pulse with a sickly rhythm, as though the mountain itself had contracted some terrible disease. Night fell as he reached the lower slopes of the region where the Aranath dwelt, and with the darkness came the first clear sign that something was terribly amiss. The stars, which should have shone bright and clear in the mountain air, were dimmed and distant, their light struggling to penetrate a haze that had no physical substance. It was as though reality itself had grown thin in this place, worn away by some constant grinding pressure. Gandalf paused and planted his staff firmly on the ground, closing his eyes and extending his senses outward, feeling for the source of the corruption. What he found made him draw a sharp breath. There was indeed a presence here, but it was not what he had expected. This was not the work of Sauron, or any servant of the ancient darkness that he had spent so many years combating. This was something older, something that predated even the great conflicts of the Elder Days. It was a power from the world's foundation, one of the primordial forces that had been bound and contained when the world was shaped and given form. And somehow, impossibly, it was stirring, pushing against the barriers that held it, seeking to break free and reshape reality according to its own incomprehensible will. Gandalf opened his eyes, and they glowed faintly in the darkness, reflecting a light that came from within rather than from any external source. He understood now the gravity of what he faced. This was not merely a matter of healing a sick land or driving away some malevolent spirit. The Aranath, in their isolation, had become the unwitting guardians of a prison, a seal placed upon one of the primordial powers in the world's youth. For centuries, perhaps millennia, they had maintained this seal through their very presence, through the songs they sang and the lives they lived, never knowing the true purpose they served. But now the seal was failing, and with it, the ancient protection that had kept something terrible from breaking free. He pressed onward, his mind racing through possibilities and plans. To confront such a power directly would be folly, even for one of the Istari. The primordial forces were beyond the strength of any single being to contain or control. They were aspects of creation itself, raw and untamed. And while they were not evil in the way that Sauron or Morgoth were evil, they were utterly indifferent to the concerns of the thinking races. If one such power were to break free, it would not seek to conquer or destroy out of malice, but simply to be. And in being, it would unmake everything that had been built upon and around it. The village of the Aranath revealed itself gradually as Gandalf climbed higher. It was not a settlement in the conventional sense, no clustered buildings or defined streets, but rather a series of dwellings carved directly into the living rock of the mountain, connected by natural caves and passages that had been subtly modified and improved over countless generations. Soft light glowed from some of the openings, warm and golden, speaking of hearth fires and homes still occupied despite the affliction that plagued this place. But many more windows were dark, and as Gandalf drew closer, he could see that some of the dwellings had been sealed, their entrances blocked with stone and marked with symbols of warding and farewell. A figure emerged from the shadows, moving with the careful grace of one who knows every stone and pathway intimately. It was an old man, his face weathered and lined like the mountain itself, his eyes reflecting the same deep knowing that Gandalf had seen in the faces of the eldest elves. He wore robes of undyed wool, simple and unadorned, and carried a staff of his own, though his was of plain ashwood, unmarked and unembellished. The old man stopped a respectful distance from Gandalf and bowed, not with subservience, but with the courtesy of one ancient being greeting another. When he spoke, his voice was like wind moving through deep canyons, carrying echoes of times long past, and words spoken in languages that had faded from the world. "You are expected, Mithrandir," he said, using the name by which Gandalf was known among the elves. "The wind brought word of your coming 3 days hence, though we dared not hope that our message would be heard, much less answered. I am Eärendil, keeper of the old ways and elder of the Aranath. Our need is great, and our time grows short." Gandalf inclined his head in acknowledgement, studying the man before him with eyes that could read more than surface appearances. He saw the weariness that weighed upon Eärendil, not merely the fatigue of age, but a deeper exhaustion, as though the very essence of his being was being slowly drained away. It was the same look he had seen on the faces of those who dwelt too long in cursed places, or who had gazed upon things that mortal minds were not meant to comprehend. "I have come as swiftly as I could," Gandalf replied, "and I sense the urgency of your plight. But before we speak of remedies, I must understand the nature of the affliction that besets your people. Tell me, when did the troubles begin, and what form do they take?" Eärendil gestured for Gandalf to follow him deeper into the village, leading him along pathways that wound between the carved dwellings. As they walked, the elder spoke, his words measured and careful, as though he feared that speaking the truth aloud might somehow make it more real, more terrible. "It began in the spring," he said, "when the snows melted early and the first flowers bloomed ahead of their time. We thought nothing of it at first, for seasons can be unpredictable in the mountains, and we have seen warm springs before. But then the children began to fall ill, sickening with a wasting disease that our healers could not name or cure. They would grow pale and thin, their eyes taking on a distant look, as though they were seeing something far away, something that filled them with equal measures of wonder and terror." As Eärendil spoke, they passed groups of the Aranath going about their evening routines. Gandalf observed them closely, noting the way they moved with a strange lethargy, as though wading through water. Their faces bore expressions of bewilderment and loss, like people waking from a dream they could not quite remember, but desperately wished to recapture. Some turned to look at the wizard as he passed, and in their eyes he saw a flicker of hope mingled with fear, the look of those who have prayed for salvation, but are not certain they wish to pay the price it might demand. The elder continued his tale, speaking of how the sickness had spread from the children to the adults, though it affected each differently. Some grew forgetful, losing memories of their own lives and histories. Others became obsessed with the depths of the mountain, speaking of voices that called to them from below, promising ancient secrets and forgotten powers. A few had ventured into the sealed chambers, the places that had been forbidden since time immemorial, and of those, none had returned unchanged. Those who came back spoke in riddles and fragments, their minds shattered by what they had witnessed. "Most troubling of all," Eärendil said, his voice dropping to barely more than a whisper, "the singing stones have fallen silent. For as long as our people have dwelt here, the stones have sung to us, a music too deep for ordinary ears to hear, but which resonated in the bones and blood of all who lived within their sphere. It was that song which sustained us, which kept us connected to the mountain and to each other. But now the song has ceased, replaced by something else, a pulse or rhythm that seems to come from far below, from depths that we have never explored and were warned never to seek." They had reached the centre of the village, a wide natural cavern whose ceiling was lost in shadow high above. In the middle of the cavern stood a circle of standing stones, each taller than a man, and carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. These were the singing stones, Gandalf realised, the heart of the Aranath's power, and the focus of whatever magic had sustained them through the ages. And even from a distance, he could sense that they were wrong, corrupted by the same force that was poisoning everything else in this place. Gandalf approached the stones slowly, extending his staff before him like a dowsing rod. As he drew near, he felt a tremor run through the ground, subtle but unmistakable, a vibration that had nothing to do with any natural seismic activity. It was a pulse, regular and insistent, like the beating of some enormous heart deep within the mountain. And with each pulse came a wave of wrongness, a distortion in the fabric of reality that made his eyes ache and his mind rebel against what it was perceiving. "Show me the forbidden chambers," Gandalf said, turning back to Eärendil. "I must see the source of this corruption if I am to have any hope of mending it." The elder's face grew even more grave, if such a thing were possible. "To enter those places is to risk madness," he warned. "The seals were placed there for good reason, to keep what lies below from reaching up and what dwells above from reaching down. Even to approach them is to invite disaster." "I have walked in dark places before," Gandalf replied, his voice gentle but firm. "I have looked upon things that would drive ordinary men to despair, and I have returned to tell the tale. Trust in this. I do not act from recklessness or curiosity, but from necessity. If the seals are failing, then someone must discover why, and what can be done to restore them. Better that it be one who has some understanding of such matters than someone unprepared for what they might find." Eärendil studied Gandalf for a long moment, weighing something in his mind. Then, with a resigned nod, he gestured for the wizard to follow once more. They left the central cavern and descended into the lower reaches of the mountain settlement, following passages that grew progressively narrower and more oppressive. The air became thick and difficult to breathe, not from lack of oxygen, but from some quality that seemed to press down upon the lungs and make each breath an effort of will. The walls here were different from those in the upper village. While the inhabited spaces had been carefully carved and smoothed, shaped to human comfort and aesthetic, these deeper passages bore marks of a different kind of craftsmanship. The stone here had been cut with perfect precision, the angles so exact that they seemed to vibrate with geometric impossibility. And the symbols carved into the walls were not the script of any language Gandalf recognized, though something deep in his memory stirred at the sight of them, as though he had encountered their like in some previous age of the world. They came at last to a great door, or what had once been a door. It was massive, carved from a single piece of stone that must have weighed many tons, and its surface was covered entirely with intricate warding symbols. But the door stood open, pushed aside despite its tremendous weight, and beyond it yawned a darkness that seemed to swallow light and sound alike. The edges of the doorway showed marks of violence, as though something of tremendous strength had forced its way through from the other side. "Who opened this?" Gandalf asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "We do not know," Eärendil replied, his voice shaking slightly. "It was found like this 2 months ago, when the first of our people began to disappear into the depths. We tried to seal it again, to restore the wards that our ancestors had placed, but nothing we did would move the door even an inch. It stands open now, as though held by an invisible hand, and no power we possess can close it." Gandalf stepped closer to the threshold, peering into the darkness beyond. His staff began to glow, not with the gentle light it usually produced, but with a harsh, cold radiance that pushed back the shadows only with great effort. What was revealed in that light made even his ancient heart quail. The passage beyond the door descended at a steep angle, cut through solid rock with the same impossible precision as the walls outside. But the stone here was different, changed somehow, its very substance altered by exposure to whatever dwelt in the depths below. The rock had taken on a crystalline quality, its surface faceted like a gemstone, and within its depths moved colours that had no name in any mortal tongue. They shifted and flowed, neither liquid nor solid, existing in some state between matter and energy that defied all natural law. Gandalf had seen such transformations before, in places where the boundaries between the physical world and the realm of pure spirit had grown thin, where reality itself began to break down under the weight of powers too great for the material world to contain. "I must go down," Gandalf said, though every instinct he possessed screamed against it. "You will remain here, Eärendil. Set watchers at this threshold, and if I do not return by dawn tomorrow, seal this passage by whatever means you can, even if it means bringing down the mountain itself." "But surely you do not mean to face whatever lies below alone," the elder protested. "We have warriors among our people, skilled and brave, who would gladly accompany you into the depths." Gandalf shook his head, his expression grave. "What dwells below is not something that can be fought with swords or spears. nor can courage alone stand against it. This is a battle of a different sort, one that must be waged in realms of thought and will rather than flesh and steel. And for such a confrontation, companions would be a hindrance rather than a help, no matter how brave or skilled they might be. The power that stirs in these depths could overwhelm unprepared minds in an instant, turning allies into enemies or worse, into vessels through which it might reach into the world above. The wizard turned back to the dark passage, squaring his shoulders as though preparing to bear a great weight. He spoke a word in a language that predated the coming of men to Middle-earth, and his staff blazed brighter, its light now taking on a quality that seemed to cut through the wrongness that pervaded this place. Then, without another word or backward glance, he stepped across the threshold and began his descent into the mountain's heart. The passage was steep and treacherous, its floor smooth as glass in some places and rough as broken teeth in others. The crystalline corruption in the stone grew more pronounced the deeper Gandalf went, until the walls themselves seemed to be made of frozen light, pulsing in rhythm with that terrible heartbeat that emanated from somewhere far below. The air grew warmer rather than cooler as he descended, though the heat had nothing to do with volcanic activity or any natural source. It was the warmth of something alive, something vast beyond comprehension that was slowly stirring from eons of slumber. As Gandalf descended, his mind reached back through the long centuries of his existence, searching his memories for anything that might help him understand what he faced. He recalled conversations with Saruman in the early days of their mission to Middle-earth, discussions about the primordial powers that had been bound when the world was shaped. There had been 9 such entities, neither good nor evil in the way that thinking beings understood those concepts, but simply forces of pure creation and destruction, aspects of the original chaos from which all things had emerged. 8 of them had been successfully bound, woven into the fabric of the world itself, where they could provide the raw energy needed to sustain creation without breaking free to remake reality according to their own incomprehensible designs. But the 9th, Saruman had said, his voice troubled even then, had proven more difficult to contain. It was the most powerful of all the primordial forces, the one that represented pure transformation, the endless cycle of becoming and unbecoming that preceded all stable existence. After many failed attempts to bind it completely, the Valar had been forced to settle for a compromise. They had imprisoned it in the deepest places of the earth, wrapped it in layer upon layer of reality, like a pearl forming around a grain of sand, hoping that the weight of ages and the slow accumulation of stable matter would eventually smother its power and reduce it to dormancy. And it had worked, for a time. Countless ages had passed with the entity sleeping in its prison, its power bleeding away slowly into the surrounding stone, creating veins of precious metals and crystalline formations of surpassing beauty. But now, something had changed. Some event or action had weakened the prison's walls, allowing the entity to begin waking, to start remembering what it was and reaching out toward the world it had once sought to reshape. The passage opened suddenly into a vast chamber, so large that Gandalf's light could not reach its far walls or ceiling. The floor was smooth and level, covered in a thin layer of what appeared to be water, but which did not behave like any liquid Gandalf had ever encountered. It flowed in patterns that defied gravity, forming spirals and geometric shapes that existed in more dimensions than the 3 known to ordinary perception. And in the centre of the chamber, rising from that impossible liquid like an island from the sea, stood a structure that made Gandalf's breath catch in his throat. It was a prison, there could be no doubt of that. But it was a prison built on a scale and with a craftsmanship that spoke of powers far beyond those possessed by any being currently dwelling in Middle-earth. The structure was pyramidal in shape, built from blocks of stone so perfectly fitted together that no mortar was needed and no seam could be seen. Each block was covered in writing, endless spirals of symbols that seemed to be simultaneously describing and constraining something, holding it in place through the sheer weight of meaning and definition. The pyramid glowed with an inner light that pulsed in time with the heartbeat Gandalf had felt throughout his descent, and with each pulse, cracks spread a little further across its surface, fine as spiderwebs but growing steadily larger. Gandalf approached the pyramid slowly, his eyes scanning its surface, reading what he could of the ancient script. It was written in a language that even he barely understood, a tongue that had been old when the world was young, used by powers that had since passed from Middle-earth into legend. But he could make out enough to understand the basic structure of what had been done here. The pyramid was not merely a physical prison, but a conceptual one, a definition of boundaries and limitations, imposed upon something that, by its very nature, existed beyond such constraints. Each symbol on the pyramid's surface represented a different aspect of limitation, a different way of saying what the imprisoned entity was not and could not be. Together, they formed a cage of meaning, holding the primordial force in a state of defined existence when its natural state was one of infinite possibility. It was an elegant solution to an impossible problem, and for countless ages it had worked perfectly. But now the symbols were failing, eroding under the constant pressure of the entity's unconscious will, and as they failed, the entity was slowly remembering its true nature. Gandalf reached out with his staff, touching it lightly to the pyramid's surface. Immediately, a shock ran through him, a sensation like plunging into ice water and fire simultaneously. His mind was filled with images, not memories exactly, but impressions of a state of being so alien to anything he had known that it threatened to overwhelm his sense of self entirely. He saw reality not as a fixed thing, but as a fluid medium, constantly reshaping itself in response to thought and will. He felt the joy of pure transformation, the ecstasy of becoming something new in every instant, unconstrained by any fixed identity or purpose. And beneath it all, he felt the entity's confusion and growing anger. It did not understand why it was confined, why its nature was being denied. In its view, which was vast and strange beyond human comprehension, it was not doing anything wrong by seeking to remake reality. That was simply what it was, transformation incarnate, and to prevent it from transforming was to deny its very existence. The prison was not merely a physical constraint, but an existential insult, a statement that its fundamental nature was somehow wrong or dangerous, and it was pushing back against that statement with increasing force. Gandalf withdrew his staff, his mind reeling from the contact. He understood now the full scope of the problem he faced. This was not something that could be fought or defeated in any conventional sense. The entity was not evil, it had no malice or cruel intent, but that made it no less dangerous. If it were to break free, it would indeed reshape reality according to its nature, and in doing so, it would unmake everything that had been built upon the foundation of stable existence. All the works of elves and men and dwarves, all the beauty and meaning that had been painstakingly created over the long ages of the world, would be swept away in an instant, dissolved back into the primordial chaos from which they had originally emerged. Yet he could not simply reinforce the prison either, not in its current state. The symbols that formed its structure were already too damaged, their meaning eroded by time and the constant pressure of the entity's unconscious will. To attempt to repair them would be like trying to mend a dam while the floodwaters were already pouring through the cracks. The force of the entity's awakening would simply sweep away any patches he might apply, breaking through with even greater fury than before. Gandalf began to walk slowly around the pyramid, his staff held before him, examining the pattern of damage. The cracks were not random, he realized. They followed specific paths across the surface, concentrating at certain points where the symbols were weakest, or where the meaning they conveyed had somehow become unclear or contradictory over the ages. It was as though the entity, even in its half-sleeping state, had been unconsciously probing the prison's structure, finding the weak points and applying pressure precisely where it would have the greatest effect. As he studied the patterns, a terrible understanding began to dawn on him. The prison had not been designed to last forever. That would have been impossible, for nothing in the physical world was eternal, and the symbols were part of the physical world, even if the meaning they conveyed existed on a higher plane. No, the prison had been designed with a different purpose in mind. It was meant to hold the entity until something changed, until the world itself had evolved to a point where the entity's transformation could be safely absorbed and integrated, rather than running wild and uncontrolled. But what could possibly serve as such a stabilizing force? What could contain and channel the power of pure transformation without being destroyed by it? Gandalf's mind raced through possibilities, drawing on knowledge accumulated over thousands of years of existence. The answer, when it came to him, was both obvious and terrifying. It was life itself, the countless billions of living things that had spread across the face of Middle-earth, each one a small miracle of stable existence maintained against the natural tendency toward chaos and dissolution. Life was transformation constrained by purpose and meaning. Every living thing changed constantly, growing and adapting and eventually dying, yet each maintained its essential identity throughout that process of change. A tree might grow from seed to sapling to mighty oak over the course of centuries, but it remained recognizably itself throughout that transformation. This was the key, Gandalf realized. Life had learned to harness the power of transformation without being consumed by it, and in so doing, it had created a template that could potentially be used to contain the primordial entity. But there was a problem. The amount of life needed to serve as an adequate container for such a vast power would be enormous. It would require not merely individuals, but entire communities, networks of living beings all working in concert, all contributing their small portion of stability and purpose to the greater whole. And such networks did not form naturally or quickly. They had to be cultivated, nurtured over generations until they achieved the necessary depth and complexity. Gandalf's thoughts turned to the Aranath, and suddenly everything fell into place. This was why they were here. This was the purpose they had been serving all along, though neither they nor those who had first guided them to this place had fully understood it. The Aranath were not merely living near the prison, they were part of its structure, an organic component that had been woven into the magical framework when the world was still young. Their songs, their way of life, their very presence in this place, all of it had been contributing to the prison's stability, providing a living matrix through which the entity's power could safely bleed away. The singing stones were the key to this arrangement. They were not merely markers or monuments, but conduits, channels through which the life force of the Aranath was connected to the prison below. When the stones sang, they were not producing sound in any ordinary sense, but rather expressing the harmony of purpose and meaning that bound the community together. And that harmony, that collective expression of stable existence, flowed down through layers of rock and time to reinforce the symbols on the pyramid, giving them renewed strength and clarity. But now, the connection was failing. The stones had fallen silent, and without their song, the prison was crumbling. Gandalf needed to understand why. What had caused the disruption? What had broken the ancient link between the Aranath and their sacred charge? He closed his eyes and extended his senses upward, following the invisible threads that connected this chamber to the village above. The path was faint, barely perceptible even to his heightened awareness, but he could trace it if he concentrated. Up through layers of solid rock, through veins of precious metals and pockets of crystalline formation, through ancient strata that recorded the history of the mountain in stone, the threads wound their way toward the surface. And there, about halfway up, he found the break. Something had severed the connection, cutting the flow of life force from above. But it was not a natural break, not simple decay or erosion. This was deliberate, purposeful, the work of something or someone who knew exactly what they were doing and what effect it would have. Gandalf's eyes snapped open, blazing with sudden understanding and anger. This was not an accident or a natural failure. The Aranath were under attack, and the attack came not from without, but from within their own ranks. He turned and began striding back toward the passage that led to the surface, his mind now focused on a new problem. Someone among the Aranath had betrayed their people's sacred trust. Whether from ignorance or malice, they had disrupted the ancient connection, and in doing so, they had doomed not only their own community, but potentially the entire world. Gandalf had to find this traitor and undo whatever damage they had done, and he had to do it quickly, before the cracks in the pyramid spread too far to be repaired. The climb back up the passage seemed to take far longer than the descent, though Gandalf knew this was merely a trick of perception, his mind racing faster than his feet could carry him. Questions tumbled through his thoughts, each leading to more questions. Who would do such a thing? How had they known about the connection and how to break it? And most troubling of all, had they acted alone, or were they merely a tool of some greater power that sought to unleash the primordial entity for its own purposes? When he finally emerged from the passage, he found Eärendil still waiting, along with several other elders of the Aranath. Their faces were drawn with worry, and they clustered around Gandalf as soon as he appeared, bombarding him with questions about what he had found below. He raised a hand for silence, his expression grim. "The prison below holds one of the primordial powers," he said without preamble, "an entity of pure transformation that was bound when the world was shaped. Your people have been its guardians, though you did not know it, maintaining a connection through the singing stones that has kept the prison stable for countless ages. But that connection has been deliberately severed, and the prison is now failing." A shocked silence greeted his words. The elders exchanged glances of confusion and disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they were being told. Eärendil was the first to find his voice. "But who would do such a thing?" he asked, his voice shaking. "Who among us would even know how? We are a simple people, keepers of old songs and ancient ways, but we have no great knowledge of magic or the deep lore of the world's foundation." "That is what I must discover," Gandalf replied. "The break in the connection is not recent. It happened some months ago, around the time your troubles began. Think carefully. Was there anyone who came to your village in that time? A stranger perhaps? Or one of your own people who behaved strangely, or showed sudden interest in places or things they had never cared about before?" The elders conferred among themselves in hushed whispers, trying to recall anything unusual from the previous months. Finally, one of them, a woman named Miriel, whose silver hair was bound in intricate braids, spoke up hesitantly. "There was one thing," she said. "About 3 months ago, we found a stranger near the village, collapsed from exhaustion and exposure. He claimed to be a scholar from the south, studying old ruins and forgotten histories. We took him in, as is our way, and nursed him back to health. He stayed with us for several weeks, asking many questions about our customs and the history of our people. He seemed particularly interested in the singing stones and the old songs we use in our ceremonies." Gandalf felt a chill run through him. "And where is this scholar now?" he asked, though he already suspected the answer. Miriel's face grew troubled, her eyes reflecting a confusion that bordered on pain. "He left," she said slowly, as though the words required great effort. "About a month ago, he said he had learned all he could from us and must continue his journey. But that is the strange part, Mithrandir. I can remember that he left, and I remember feeling sad to see him go, for he had been kind and engaging company. But when I try to recall his face or the sound of his voice, there is nothing there. It is as though someone has taken an eraser to that portion of my memory, leaving only the vaguest outline." The other elders nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring Miriel's confusion. One by one, they admitted that they too remembered the stranger's presence, but could recall nothing specific about him. His appearance, his mannerisms, even his name, all of it had been somehow stripped from their memories, leaving behind only the knowledge that someone had been there. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff. This was powerful magic indeed, far beyond what any ordinary scholar would possess. Whoever had come to the Aranath had not merely disrupted their connection to the prison, but had also covered their tracks with exceptional skill, ensuring that they could not be identified or tracked after their departure. But no spell was perfect, and every magic left traces that could be followed by one who knew how to look. "Take me to where he stayed," Gandalf commanded. "His dwelling, the places he frequented, anywhere he might have left some mark of his passing. And send word to gather all your people in the central cavern by the singing stones. I will need their help to restore what has been broken, but first I must understand exactly what was done." Eärendil led Gandalf to a small dwelling carved into the mountainside, simple and unadorned like all the homes of the Aranath. It had been cleaned since the stranger's departure, prepared for the next guest who might need shelter. but Gandalf's keen eyes could still perceive traces of the previous occupant. He moved through the space slowly, his fingers trailing along the walls, his senses extended to their fullest reach. There, on the stone floor near where the bed had been, he found what he was looking for. It was barely visible, a slight discoloration in the rock, as though something had been spilled and then carefully cleaned away. But the cleaning had not been thorough enough to remove all traces. Gandalf knelt and placed his hand flat against the mark, closing his eyes and letting his awareness sink into the stone itself. The rock remembered. Stone always remembered, holding within its crystalline structure impressions of everything that had ever touched it. The memories were faint and jumbled, recorded in a language of pressure and heat and subtle molecular rearrangement. But Gandalf had long ago learned to read that language. He saw the stranger kneeling in this exact spot, night after night, working with tools and substances that glowed with an unnatural light. He saw symbols being drawn, not on the surface of the stone but within it, etched into the very fabric of reality, using techniques that spoke of deep knowledge and darker purposes. The symbols formed a pattern, a web of connections that reached down through the mountain to the place where the threads of life force from the Aranath converged, before flowing deeper to reinforce the prison. And at the centre of that web was a node, a focal point where all the threads came together. The stranger had not cut the connection, Gandalf realised. That would have been too obvious, too easily detected and repaired. Instead, he had redirected it, twisting the flow so that instead of reinforcing the prison, the life force of the Aranath was now feeding something else entirely. Gandalf opened his eyes, his face grim with understanding. "Show me the chamber of the singing stones again," he said to Eärendil. "But this time, take me beneath them. There must be tunnels or passages that run under the central cavern, maintenance ways or natural formations. I need to see what lies directly below the stones." Eärendil looked puzzled but nodded. "There are indeed passages below," he said. "We use them sometimes for storage, and there are natural caves that connect to underground streams, but they are dark and treacherous places, not often visited. Nevertheless, we must go there now," Gandalf insisted. "What I seek cannot be found on the surface." They descended through a narrow stairway cut into the living rock, spiralling down into darkness. The air grew cool and damp, carrying the sound of running water from somewhere in the distance. Eärendil carried a lantern, but its light seemed feeble against the pressing darkness, barely illuminating more than a few feet ahead. Gandalf's staff provided additional light, though even its radiance seemed diminished in this place, as though something was actively working to suppress illumination. The passages beneath the central cavern formed a maze of interconnecting tunnels, some carved by ancient hands and others formed by water erosion over countless millennia. Gandalf moved through them with purpose, following the trail of corrupted magic that he could now sense clearly. It led them deeper and deeper, past side passages and abandoned chambers, until they came at last to a space directly below where the singing stones stood. The chamber was small and roughly circular, its walls wet with condensation. But what drew Gandalf's attention immediately was the thing that sat in the centre of the floor. It was a device of some kind, though unlike any he had seen before. At its heart was a crystal, black as midnight, and shot through with veins of sickly green light that pulsed in rhythm with the heartbeat he had felt from the prison below. Around the crystal, a framework of metal had been constructed, inscribed with symbols that made his eyes ache to look upon them directly. The device was connected to the stone ceiling above by threads that were not quite physical, existing somewhere between matter and pure energy. They reached up through the solid rock to touch the base of each singing stone, forming a parasitic network that was draining away the life force that should have been flowing to the prison. And that stolen energy was being channeled into the black crystal, which was growing larger and more powerful with each passing moment. Gandalf approached the device carefully, studying its construction with a mixture of professional admiration and deep revulsion. Whoever had built this understood magical theory at a profound level. The workmanship was exquisite, every component perfectly balanced and integrated with the whole. It would have taken weeks to construct, working in secret while the Aranath slept above, trusting in their mysterious guest. But what was its purpose? Simply disrupting the prison would not require such an elaborate mechanism. The stranger could have achieved that end far more simply by destroying the singing stones themselves, or killing enough of the Aranath to break the network of life that sustained the connection. No, this device was designed not merely to disrupt, but to harvest and redirect. The life force being stolen from the Aranath was being concentrated and transformed, shaped into something new. As Gandalf watched, the black crystal pulsed with particular intensity, and for just an instant, he glimpsed something within its depths. It was a shape, vaguely humanoid, but twisted and incomplete, like a sculpture that had been abandoned before it was finished. And even in that brief glimpse, he could sense its hunger, its desperate desire to become fully real, to pull itself out of the space between possibility and actuality where it currently existed. Understanding struck him like a physical blow. The stranger had not been working to free the primordial entity at all, at least not as his primary goal. He had been trying to create a vessel, a container that could hold and channel the entity's power once it broke free. But not just any container. This was meant to be a body, a form through which the infinite transformation of the primordial force could be given direction and purpose. And once that body was complete, once it had pulled itself fully into reality, whoever controlled it would wield power beyond imagining. The implications were staggering. With such power, one could reshape the world itself, rewriting the fundamental laws that governed reality. Nothing would be beyond reach, no change impossible. The Dark Lord Sauron, in all his might, would be as nothing compared to one who commanded the force of primordial transformation. The Rings of Power, the Palantiri, all the great works of magic that had shaped the history of Middle-earth would be mere toys in comparison. But the process was not complete. The crystal was still growing, still absorbing the stolen life force, but it would take time for the entity within to fully manifest. How much time, Gandalf could not be certain. Days perhaps, or weeks, but not long, not nearly long enough to mount a proper defence or to seek aid from those who might be able to help. He turned to Eärendil, who had been watching in horrified fascination. "We must destroy this device," Gandalf said, "immediately, before it can complete its purpose. But we must be careful. Simply smashing it could release the half-formed entity within, which might be even more dangerous than allowing it to complete its gestation. No, we must unmake it properly, carefully reversing the process that brought it into being." "How?" asked the elder, his voice barely above a whisper. "We have no knowledge of such things, no skill in working with magic of this magnitude." Gandalf was already examining the device more closely, tracing the flow of energy through its various components. The stranger who built this was skilled, but not infallible. Every spell has a counter, every working has a weakness. This device is feeding on the life force of your people, using it to fuel its transformation. But life force is not merely energy. It is meaning and purpose, the will to exist as a coherent self rather than dissolving into chaos. If we can reverse the flow, turn the device against itself, we can use that same principle to unmake what it has made. He pointed to several specific points on the crystalline framework. "Here, here, and here," he said. "These are the nodes where the flow of energy is transformed and redirected. We will need to place counter-symbols at each point, inscriptions that speak of dissolution rather than creation, of ending rather than becoming. And they must all be activated simultaneously, or the device will simply adapt and compensate for our interference." Eärendil studied the device with growing apprehension. But even if we can place these counter-symbols, how will we activate them at the same moment? You are but one wizard, and I have no skill in such matters. The timing would need to be precise beyond any mortal capability. Gandalf smiled, though there was no warmth in the expression. "That is where your people come in. The device feeds on life force, on the collective will of your community expressed through the singing stones. We will use that same principle, but in reverse. Your people must gather at the stones above and sing, not the songs of sustenance and growth that they have sung for generations, but a new song, one that speaks of completion and rest. And I will channel that song, focus it through these counter symbols and use it to unravel what has been woven." The elder's eyes widened with understanding. "You mean to turn our own power against this abomination? But will our people be strong enough? They have grown weak from the draining, their spirits diminished by the sickness that has spread through our community." "They must be," Gandalf replied simply, "for if they are not, then all will be lost. Not just your people, but everyone in Middle-earth." The power contained in that crystal, if fully unleashed, would sweep across the land like a tide, dissolving everything it touched back into primordial chaos. Cities would melt like wax, mountains would flow like water, and all the ordered beauty of the world would be reduced to formless potential once more. Eärendil straightened, drawing himself up to his full height. "Then we will not fail. Our people have endured much, and they will endure this trial as well. What must we do?" "First," Gandalf said, "we must prepare the counter-symbols. I will need ink and parchment, or better yet, substances that can be inscribed directly onto the metal framework of the device. Something that will bond with the material and become part of its structure, at least temporarily." The elder thought for a moment. "We have a paste used in our stoneworking, made from crushed minerals and the sap of certain trees. It hardens quickly and bonds to almost any surface. Would that serve?" "It will have to," Gandalf replied. "Bring me enough to inscribe 3 symbols, each about the size of my hand, and gather your people. We will need everyone who can still stand and sing, no matter how weak they may feel. Every voice will add strength to the working, and we will need all the strength we can muster." Eärendil hurried away, his footsteps echoing in the dark passages. Gandalf remained behind, studying the device from every angle, committing its structure to memory. He would have only one chance to get this right. If he miscalculated, if the counter-symbols were improperly placed or imperfectly formed, the backlash could destroy not only the device, but everyone in the mountain above. While he waited, his mind turned to the question of who had built this device and why. The level of skill required suggested one of considerable power and knowledge, perhaps even one of his own order. But which of the Istari would do such a thing? Saruman was the only one whose interests ran to such esoteric studies, and while Gandalf had grown increasingly concerned about his fellow wizard's growing obsession with power and ancient lore, he could not believe that even Saruman would be so reckless as to attempt something like this. Unless, of course, Saruman did not fully understand what he was dealing with. The White Wizard's greatest weakness had always been his pride, his certainty that he could master and control any power he encountered through the application of sufficient knowledge and will. If he had learned of the primordial entity imprisoned beneath the mountain, and believed he could harness its power for what he doubtless saw as the greater good, then yes, he might well have constructed this device, never suspecting that the forces he was manipulating were beyond even his considerable abilities to control. Or perhaps it was not Saruman at all. There were others in Middle-earth who possessed great knowledge and power, servants of the Shadow who had survived from earlier ages, hidden away in dark places and biding their time. The enemy had many tools at his disposal, and not all of them were crude instruments of war and destruction. Some were subtle and patient, working over decades or centuries to achieve their master's purposes. Eärendil returned with several others, carrying bundles of supplies. They had brought the paste Gandalf had requested, along with tools for applying it, and they had also brought food and water, knowing that the work ahead would be long and taxing. The wizard accepted a cup of water gratefully, realizing that he had not eaten or drunk since beginning his descent into the mountain many hours before. "Now," he said, setting down the cup, "I will inscribe the counter-symbols. This will take some time, for they must be perfect in every detail. While I work, return to the surface and begin gathering your people. Explain to them what we face and what we must do. They will be frightened, and rightfully so, but help them understand that they are not helpless. The power to save themselves and their home lies within them, in the songs they have sung since their people first came to this place." The Aranaf departed, leaving Gandalf alone with the device. He stood for a long moment, centering himself, reaching down into the deep places of his spirit where his true power resided. He was not merely Gandalf the Grey, the wandering wizard who smoked pipeweed and told stories to hobbits. He was Olorin, servant of the secret fire, sent from the undying lands to stand against the darkness. And though his power was purposefully constrained, limited to ensure that he worked through inspiration and guidance rather than domination, he could still call upon reserves of strength that few in Middle-earth could match. He began to work, using the pace to inscribe the first counter-symbol on the device's framework. The symbol was complex, a spiralling pattern that seemed to fold in upon itself, speaking of cycles completing and returning to their beginning. As he drew, he poured meaning into each line and curve, imbuing the physical mark with conceptual weight. This was not merely a picture or decoration, but a word of power, a statement about the nature of reality itself. The black crystal at the device's heart pulsed irregularly as Gandalf worked, as though it sensed what he was doing and was trying to resist. The half-formed entity within stirred, pressing against the boundaries that still constrained it, and for a moment, Gandalf felt its attention focus upon him. It was an alien consciousness, barely aware in any sense he could comprehend, but it possessed a terrible hunger and a will to become that was almost overwhelming in its intensity. He pushed back, raising barriers of thought and will between himself and the entity. "You are not ready to be born," he said, though whether he spoke aloud or merely thought the words, he could not have said. "And if I have my way, you never will be. The world has enough troubles without adding you to its burdens." The first symbol was complete. Gandalf moved to the second node, carefully making his way around the device without touching any part of it directly. The second symbol was different from the first, though related. Where the first spoke of completion and ending, this one spoke of separation and dissolution, of the bonds between things loosening and letting go. Again, he inscribed it with painstaking care, each line perfectly placed, each curve flowing with the inevitability of water finding its level. As he worked on the third and final symbol, he became aware of a sound filtering down from above. It was faint at first, barely audible over the drip of water and the pulse of the corrupted device, but it grew steadily stronger. The Aranath were singing, their voices rising in harmonies that spoke of ages of tradition and shared purpose. It was not the song Gandalf had asked for, not yet. This was simply their gathering song, the music they used to call their people together and unite their spirits in common cause. But even this preliminary song had power. Gandalf could feel it flowing through the stone, strengthening him, lending him endurance and clarity of thought. The Aranath might not be great warriors or mighty wizards, but they possessed something perhaps more valuable, a deep rootedness in the world, a connection to place and community that gave them a kind of strength that could not be overthrown by mere force. The third symbol was complete. Gandalf stepped back and surveyed his work. The counter-symbols were placed correctly, each one positioned at a critical nexus of the device's energy flow. Now came the difficult part. He would need to activate all three simultaneously, and to do so, he would need to channel the combined will and life force of all the Aranath who were singing above. It would require perfect timing and absolute concentration. A single moment of hesitation or doubt could cause the entire working to collapse, with potentially catastrophic results. He closed his eyes and extended his awareness upward, following the same channels through which the device was draining the Aranath's strength. He could sense each individual singer, could feel the unique quality of their voice and spirit. There were perhaps 300 of them, he estimated, including children and elders, all who could still stand and give voice to song. It was not as many as he might have wished, but it would have to be enough. Gandalf raised his staff and began to speak, his voice resonating through the stone itself, carrying his words to the singers above. "People of the Aranath," he said, "hear me. You have lived in this place for generations beyond counting, believing yourselves to be merely shepherds and farmers, singers of old songs and keepers of simple traditions. But you are more than that. You are guardians of a great trust, protectors of the world itself against forces that would tear it asunder and remake it in their own image." His words reached them, carried on pathways of stone and spirit, and he felt their confusion and fear. But he also felt their courage, their determination to face whatever must be faced for the sake of their children and their home. Now, he continued, I ask you to sing a new song. Not the songs of growth and life that you have always sung, but a song of completion and rest. Sing of the harvest brought in and the long sleep of winter. Sing of journeys ending and travellers coming home. Sing of the last breath released and the final heartbeat stilled. This may seem a dark song to you, a dirge rather than a celebration, but know that endings are not always evil. Sometimes, to make room for what must come, we must let go of what has been. There was a moment of silence as the Aranath absorbed his words. Then, slowly, hesitantly at first, but with growing confidence, a new melody began to take shape. It was unlike anything they had sung before, this new melody. Where their traditional songs had been bright and rising, celebrating growth and continuity, this one moved downward, sinking into the deeper registers where sorrow and acceptance dwelt. The voices wove together in harmonies that spoke of things coming to their natural conclusion, of cycles completing and circles closing. There was grief in it, yes, but also a strange peace. The peace that comes when one accepts that all things must end so that new things might begin. Gandalf felt the song's power flowing through him, a river of collective will and purpose that sought direction and focus. He raised his staff high, and its crystal tip blazed with white light that cast stark shadows across the chamber. The counter-symbols he had inscribed began to glow in response, their lines tracing patterns of cold blue fire across the device's framework. The moment had come. With a word that made the very stone tremble, Gandalf released the pent-up power of the song, channeling it through his staff and into the three counter-symbols simultaneously. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The symbols flared brilliant white, and tendrils of light shot out from each one, wrapping around the black crystal at the device's heart like chains. The crystal pulsed violently, its sickly green light flashing in panicked rhythm as it struggled against the bonds being placed upon it. The half-formed entity within the crystal screamed, though the sound existed on a level beyond physical hearing. It was a cry of rage and terror, the protest of something being forced back into non-existence after tasting the possibility of becoming real. Gandalf felt that scream hammer against his mind, threatening to shatter his concentration, but he held firm, pouring more and more of the Aranath's song power into the counter-symbols. The device began to come apart, not breaking, but rather unmaking itself, each component dissolving back into its constituent elements as the transformation process was reversed. The metal framework crumbled to rust and dust. The threads of semi-physical energy that connected it to the singing stones above frayed and vanished like smoke on the wind, and the black crystal itself began to crack, hairline fractures spreading across its surface as the entity within was compressed, forced back into the space between potential and actual from which it had been trying to emerge. But the entity fought back with desperate fury. It had been so close, so tantalizingly close to achieving full manifestation, and it would not surrender its chance at existence without a struggle. Through the cracking crystal, it reached out with tendrils of pure transformation, seeking anything it could touch and reshape, anything that might serve as an anchor to hold it in the physical world. One tendril brushed against Gandalf's staff, and immediately the wood began to change, its grain flowing and shifting like water. The wizard gasped and pulled back, but not before he felt the entity's nature wash over him, a tide of infinite possibility that threatened to dissolve his own sense of self. For a terrible instant, he was not Gandalf, but everything and nothing, all potential forms existing simultaneously, neither wizard nor mortal nor spirit, but something in between all states of being. With a tremendous effort of will, Gandalf reasserted himself, pulling his identity back together like someone gathering scattered papers in a windstorm. He stumbled backward, nearly falling, and looked down at his staff. The section that had been touched by the entity's power was transformed. The wood now a strange material that seemed to be stone and wood and metal all at once, shifting between states moment by moment. It was useless as a focus for magic, he realized immediately. The transformation had made it too unstable, too chaotic to channel power properly. But he could not stop now. The counter-symbols were still working, still draining the device's power and forcing the entity back into its prison of non-being. If he ceased his channeling of the Aranath's song, all would be lost. Gandalf did the only thing he could do. He broke off the corrupted section of his staff, letting it fall to the ground where it continued to shift and change, and continued his working with what remained. The song above grew stronger, the Aranath sensing somehow that the critical moment was upon them. Their voices rose in a crescendo of finality, a declaration that this ending would be, that no power of transformation or becoming could prevent what must now come to pass. And Gandalf, diminished but undaunted, channeled that song with every fibre of his being, pouring it into the counter-symbols until they burned so bright that the entire chamber was illuminated as if by a noonday sun. The black crystal gave one final desperate pulse, and then it shattered. But it did not merely break into pieces, it unmade itself, each fragment dissolving into motes of light that flickered and faded like dying stars. The entity that had been gestating within screamed one last time, a sound of such profound loss and despair that Gandalf felt tears streaming down his face despite himself. And then it was gone, pulled back into the realm of pure potential, its chance at physical existence denied once more. The chamber fell silent, save for Gandalf's laboured breathing. The device was destroyed, reduced to nothing more than a pile of dust and corroded metal. The tendrils that had been draining the Aranath's life force were severed, the parasitic connection broken, and though Gandalf could still feel the primordial entity far below, still sense its presence in the depths where the ancient pyramid prison stood, the pressure of its awakening had eased. Without the stolen life force feeding the creation of a vessel to contain it, it was slowly sinking back into dormancy, the cracks in its prison no longer spreading. Gandalf sank to his knees, exhausted beyond measure. The working had taken more out of him than he had anticipated, and the brief touch of the entity's transformative power had left him shaken in ways that would take time to fully comprehend. He looked at the shortened remnant of his staff, mourning the loss of the familiar tool that had been his companion for so many long years. It would still serve, he supposed, but it would never be quite the same. Footsteps echoed in the passage outside, and moments later, Erandil appeared, followed by several other elders of the Aranath. Their faces were pale and drawn, but their eyes shone with something that had been absent when Gandalf first arrived. Hope, he realized. They had felt the change, had sensed the severing of the parasitic connection, and the restoration of their link to the deeper powers of the mountain. "Is it done?" Erandil asked, his voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. "Is the danger past?" "For now," Gandalf replied, pulling himself to his feet with effort. "The device is destroyed, and the entity that was being created within it has been sent back to the realm of non-being. But the greater danger remains. The prison below is still damaged, and whoever built this device is still at large, no doubt planning their next move. We have won a battle, but the war is far from over." The elder looked at the pile of dust and corroded metal that was all that remained of the device. "What was it meant to do?" he asked. "You spoke of creating a vessel, but I do not understand. A vessel for what?" Gandalf gestured for them to sit, knowing that the full explanation would take some time. Together they settled on the stone floor of the chamber, and the wizard began to speak, telling them everything he had learned about the primordial entity imprisoned in the depths, about its nature as a force of pure transformation, and about the device that had been designed to give it physical form and direct its power. The Aranath listened in growing horror as the full scope of what had almost happened became clear to them. They had thought themselves simple people, unremarkable save for their isolation and their old songs. To learn that they were guardians of something so vast and terrible, that their very existence served a purpose reaching back to the foundation of the world itself, left them shaken and awed in equal measure. "But you must understand," Gandalf said as he concluded his tale, "that this knowledge is a burden as well as a revelation. You cannot simply return to your old lives, singing your songs without understanding their true purpose. You are guardians now, knowingly and deliberately, and that means you must be vigilant. The one who built this device will return or send others to try again. They have invested too much in this scheme to simply abandon it because of a single setback. Eärendil nodded slowly, accepting the weight of this new responsibility. Then we must prepare. We must strengthen our defences and train our people to recognise and resist such intrusions in the future. Will you help us, Mithrandir? Will you stay and teach us what we need to know? Gandalf shook his head regretfully. I cannot stay long. There are other troubles brewing in Middle-earth, other shadows gathering that require my attention. But I will return when I can, and I will send word to those who might aid you. The elves of Rivendell have long experience with such matters, and they may be willing to share their knowledge. And there are others, scattered throughout the world, who could be called upon if the need grows desperate. He stood, wincing at the protest of muscles pushed beyond their normal limits. But before I depart, there is one more thing that must be done. The prison below is still damaged, its seals weakened by the draining of your life force. Now that the parasitic connection has been severed, your people's strength will begin to flow once more to where it is needed, and over time, the prison will heal itself. But that process can be hastened if we work together to repair the most critical damage. The wizard led them back up through the passages to the central cavern where the singing stones stood. The Aranath who had been singing were still gathered there, tired but jubilant, sensing that something significant had been accomplished, even if they did not fully understand what. They crowded around Gandalf and their elders, asking questions and seeking reassurance that the danger had truly passed. Gandalf raised his shortened staff, calling for silence. The crowd quieted, all eyes turning to him with a mixture of reverence and curiosity. In the light of the torches that lined the cavern walls, his face seemed older than it had when he first arrived, marked by the strain of the working he had just completed, but his eyes still burned with the fire of purpose, and his voice, when he spoke, carried the weight of absolute conviction. People of the Aranath, he began, you have done well this night. Your courage and your willingness to trust in powers you do not fully understand have saved not only yourselves, but countless others who will never know how close they came to disaster. But our work is not yet finished. The prison that lies beneath your feet, the ancient seal that holds back a force of primordial chaos, has been weakened. It will repair itself in time, but time is something we may not have in abundance. We must act now to strengthen it, to ensure that no future attack can bring it so close to failure again. He moved to the centre of the circle of singing stones, and the crowd parted to let him through. The stones loomed above him, each one twice the height of a tall man, their surfaces covered in symbols that seemed to shift and change in the flickering torchlight. Gandalf placed his hand against the nearest stone, closing his eyes and letting his awareness sink into its crystalline structure. The stone remembered its purpose, even if those who had carved it had long since passed from the world. It had been shaped in an age when the boundaries between the physical and spiritual realms were more fluid, when thought could be given form and will could reshape matter through the application of pure intention. The symbols carved upon its surface were not merely decorative but functional, each one a word in a language that spoke directly to the fundamental forces that governed reality. But the symbols had grown faint over the millennia, their meaning eroded by time and neglect. The Aranath had continued to sing their songs and maintain their traditions, and that had been enough to keep the prison stable, but barely. The parasitic device had exploited that weakness, redirecting the flow of life force away from the stones and leaving them even more depleted than before. Gandalf opened his eyes and turned to face the assembled people. These stones, he said, gesturing to the circle around him, are more than simple monuments. They are anchors, points where the life of your community is channeled into the deeper magic that sustains the prison below. But the symbols upon them have faded, and with them, the clarity of purpose that made them effective. We must renew these symbols, recarve them with understanding of their true meaning, so that they may once again serve as they were intended. A young woman stepped forward from the crowd, her dark hair bound back from a face that showed intelligence and determination in equal measure. "I am Thessaly," she said, "a stone carver by trade. I have studied the old symbols, tried to understand their patterns, though their true meaning has always eluded me. If you will teach me what must be carved, I will do the work gladly." Gandalf studied her for a moment, then nodded. "It will be more than simple carving," he warned. "Each symbol must be inscribed with full understanding of what it represents, with will and intention focused behind every stroke of the chisel. To carve these symbols properly is to engage in a dialogue with reality itself, to argue your case for how things should be and convince the world to accept your reasoning. It is exhausting work and potentially dangerous. If a symbol is carved incorrectly, with flawed understanding or weak intention, it could create instabilities worse than those we seek to repair." "I understand," Thessaly replied without hesitation. "Or at least, I understand that I do not fully understand, which is perhaps a beginning. Teach me, Mithrandir, and I will do my best to learn." And so, as the night deepened and the torches burned lower, Gandalf began to teach. He started with the most basic principles, explaining how symbols could be more than representations of concepts, but actual embodiments of those concepts, given form through the focused will of their creator. He spoke of the language of power, the tongue that had been used in the shaping of the world, and how even a few words of that language, properly understood and correctly pronounced, could accomplish wonders that would seem like miracles to those who did not comprehend their mechanism. The Aranath listened with rapt attention, not just Thessaly, but all who had gathered in the cavern. They began to understand, perhaps for the first time, the true nature of the songs they had been singing for generations. Those melodies were not mere entertainment or cultural tradition. They were workings, spells in the truest sense, expressions of will and intention that shaped reality in subtle but profound ways. Every time they had sung of growth and life, they had been literally calling those qualities forth, strengthening them in the world around them. And now they would learn a new song, Gandalf told them, a song of binding and containment, of boundaries respected and limits maintained. It would not be as pleasant as their old songs, for there was nothing joyful about the work of imprisonment, but it was necessary, and in its own way it possessed a beauty born of purpose and sacrifice. He turned to the first of the singing stones and began to explain the symbol that must be carved upon its face. It was a complex design, a spiral that wound inward toward a central point but never quite reached it, speaking of infinite approach toward a goal that could never be fully attained. "This represents the nature of containment," Gandalf said. "The thing contained always pushes toward freedom, and the container always resists, and the tension between them creates a dynamic balance. Neither can ever fully triumph, and in that eternal stalemate lies stability." Thessaly took up her tools, fine chisels and hammers crafted for detailed work, and began to carve. Gandalf stood beside her, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder, feeding her understanding and strength through that contact. With each strike of the hammer, each chip of stone removed, the symbol grew clearer and more powerful. The stone itself seemed to respond, its crystalline structure aligning itself to accept the new inscription, as though it had been waiting for this renewal all along. The work took hours, and before the first symbol was complete, dawn had broken over the mountains. But when Thessaly finally stepped back, exhausted but triumphant, the symbol blazed with cold blue light, its power unmistakable. The stone sang, a single pure note that resonated through the cavern and down into the depths, and all who heard it felt a surge of renewed strength and clarity of purpose. 5 more stones remained to be carved, each requiring a different symbol that spoke to a different aspect of the prison's function. Gandalf worked with Thessaly and others of the Aranath who showed aptitude for the work, teaching them the meanings and guiding their hands as they inscribed the ancient signs. By the time the sun reached its zenith, 3 more stones had been renewed, their symbols burning with the same cold fire as the first. But as they began work on the 5th stone, a disturbance rippled through the cavern. The air grew suddenly thick and oppressive, and a sound like distant thunder rolled up from the depths. Gandalf froze, his face growing grim as he recognized what was happening. The prison was responding to the renewal of the singing stones, but not in the way he had hoped. The primordial entity, stirred from its return to dormancy by the increased pressure being placed upon it, was pushing back. "Everyone clear away from the stones," Gandalf commanded, his voice cutting through the growing rumble. "The entity is resisting the strengthening of its bonds. This is the most dangerous moment, when it realizes what we are doing and fights back with all its remaining strength." The Aranath scattered, retreating to the edges of the cavern as the sound from below grew louder and more insistent. The floor began to shake, not with the regular tremors of an earthquake, but with a pulsing rhythm that matched the heartbeat they had felt before. Cracks appeared in the stone floor, spreading outward from the circle of singing stones like roots seeking water. Gandalf stood alone in the centre of the circle, his shortened staff planted firmly on the ground, his robes billowing in a wind that came from no physical source. He began to speak, not in any language the Aranath recognized, but in the tongue of power itself, words that seemed to make the very air solidify and take on weight and substance. He was arguing with the entity, Erandil realized, making his case for why it must remain imprisoned, why the freedom it sought would ultimately destroy not only itself, but everything else that existed. The entity's response came not in words, but in images and sensations that flooded through the minds of all present. They saw reality as the entity perceived it, as an endless dance of transformation and becoming, where nothing remained fixed and all was in constant flux. They felt its joy in that vision, its incomprehension of why anyone would want to constrain such glorious freedom, and they felt its rage at being denied, its fury at being told that its very nature was something that must be suppressed and contained. But Gandalf stood firm, his will an immovable barrier against the entity's protest. He showed it the alternative, the cost of its freedom, measured in lives unmade and worlds dissolved. He showed it the beauty of stable existence, the intricate patterns that could only be created when change was constrained and directed rather than allowed to run wild. And slowly, gradually, the entity's resistance weakened, not because it accepted Gandalf's arguments, but because it lacked the strength to maintain its struggle. The shaking subsided. The cracks in the floor ceased spreading and even began to close, stone flowing like water to knit itself back together. And the oppressive weight in the air lifted, replaced by a sense of resolution, if not quite peace. The entity had returned to its slumber, and though it might one day wake again, for now the prison would hold. Gandalf lowered his staff, swaying slightly with exhaustion. The confrontation had taken more from him than he cared to admit, and he could feel the weariness settling into his very bones. But the work was not yet finished. 2 stones remained unmarked, their symbols still waiting to be renewed. He turned to Thessaly, who had remained at her position despite the terror of what had just transpired, her chisel still clutched in trembling hands. "You have the courage of the ancient heroes," he said to her, and there was genuine admiration in his voice. "Many would have fled when the entity made its displeasure known. That you remained speaks well of your strength of will. Come, let us finish what we have begun. The entity is dormant once more, and we must complete the renewal before it gathers strength to resist again." Together they approached the 5th stone, and Thessaly resumed her work. But now something had changed. Where before she had needed Gandalf's constant guidance, now her hands seemed to move of their own accord, guided by an understanding that transcended mere teaching. She had felt the entity's nature directly, had experienced its essence through the psychic overflow of Gandalf's confrontation with it, and that experience had given her a deeper comprehension of what the symbols truly meant. The chisel moved with confidence across the stone's surface, removing fragments with precision that would have taken years of practice to achieve naturally. The symbol she carved spoke of boundaries and thresholds, of lines that should not be crossed, and spaces that must remain inviolate. As she worked, she sang, not the formal songs of her people's tradition, but something new, a melody that wove itself spontaneously from her understanding of what she was creating. Other voices joined hers, the Aranath who had witnessed what transpired, adding their strength to the working, and the cavern rang with harmonies that had never been heard before, but felt ancient nonetheless. When the fifth stone was complete, Gandalf examined it closely and nodded his approval. "You have learned well," he said. "Perhaps too well. For now you carry knowledge that cannot be unlearned and bear responsibility that cannot be set aside. The renewal of these stones is not a task that can be accomplished once and then forgotten. They will need maintenance, regular reinforcement of the symbols, and periodic renewal of their power. That burden will fall upon you and those you train to follow you." Thessaly met his gaze steadily. "I understand," she replied, "and I accept it willingly. Better to bear a heavy burden with eyes open than to live in comfortable ignorance while danger gathers unseen." The sixth and final stone required the most complex symbol of all, one that spoke of integration and balance, of multiple forces held in equilibrium through constant, subtle adjustment. It took the rest of the day to carve, and the sun was setting once again by the time Thessaly made the final stroke. As the last chip of stone fell away, the symbol flared to life, and all 6 stones sang together in harmony, their voices weaving a tapestry of sound and meaning that resonated through every stone of the mountain. Deep below, in the chamber where the pyramid prison stood, the cracks that had spread across its surface began to heal. The symbols that had been eroding for uncounted ages were renewed, their meaning restored and clarified by the flow of power from above. The primordial entity, wrapped once more in layers of binding and containment, sank deeper into dormancy, its consciousness fading like a dream upon waking. It would sleep for a long time, perhaps for ages yet to come, and when it finally stirred again, it would find the prison stronger than it had been in millennia. The Aranath felt the change immediately. The sickness that had plagued them began to lift, strength returning to weakened limbs and clarity to clouded minds. Children who had lain listless in their beds sat up and called for food. Elders who had been preparing for their final rest found renewed vigour flowing through their veins. And the land itself responded, the withered crops beginning to green again, and the streams running clear where they had been sluggish and dark. Gandalf watched all of this with satisfaction, but also with concern. The immediate crisis had been averted, the prison restored, and the parasitic device destroyed. But the question of who had built that device remained unanswered. And that unknown enemy was still out there somewhere, no doubt learning from this setback and planning their next attempt. He called Eärendil and the other elders together for a final council before his departure. "You have won a great victory," he told them, "but you must not allow yourselves to become complacent. Whoever built the device that was stealing your strength is still at large, and they will not simply abandon their goal because of a single failure. They invested too much time and effort in this scheme, which means they have a compelling reason to want the primordial entity released or controlled. You must be vigilant, watchful for any signs of new infiltration or manipulation." Eärendil nodded gravely. "We will establish watches and wards, as you suggested, and we will send emissaries to Rivendell, seeking to establish formal ties with the elves who might aid us in our guardianship. But what of you, Mithrandir? Will you not stay longer? Your presence brings us strength, and your wisdom guidance that we sorely need." "I cannot," Gandalf replied, and there was genuine regret in his voice. "My duties call me elsewhere, to other places where shadows gather and dangers grow. But I will not forget you, and I will return when I can. In the meantime, you have Thessaly and others like her, those who have learned the true nature of your purpose here. Trust in them, and trust in yourselves. You are stronger than you know, and you have proven that strength in the crucible of this crisis." He turned to Thessaly, who stood slightly apart from the elders, her hands still bearing the dust and calluses of the day's work. "You have a gift," he said to her, "a natural affinity for the language of power and the shaping of reality through will and symbol. If you wish, I could recommend you to those who might train you further, teach you arts beyond what I have shown you in these brief hours. You could become a wielder of magic in your own right, a guardian not just of this place, but of Middle-earth itself." Thessaly was silent for a long moment, considering his offer. Then she shook her head slowly. "My place is here," she said, "with my people, maintaining the stones and teaching others what I have learned. The world may need great wizards and powerful sorcerers, but it also needs those who stay home and do the quiet work of keeping ancient promises. I choose to be the latter." Gandalf smiled, and there was pride in his expression. "Wisely answered," he said. "There is more heroism in faithful service than in all the grand quests and epic battles that fill the songs and stories. Remember that in the years to come, when the work grows tedious and you wonder whether it truly matters. It does matter, more than you can possibly know." As night fell once more over the misty mountains, Gandalf prepared for his departure. The Aranath gathered to see him off, bringing gifts of food and warm clothing for his journey. Simple offerings, but given with genuine gratitude and affection. He accepted them graciously, knowing that the giving of gifts created bonds between peoples, and that those bonds might prove valuable in times to come. Before he left, he took one final walk around the circle of singing stones, examining his work and the work of those he had taught. The symbols blazed with power, their light visible now even to ordinary eyes, and the harmony of their song was sweet and strong. The connection to the prison below was secure, the flow of life force steady and true. It would take a power greater than what the mysterious enemy had displayed thus far to break through these renewed defences. But Gandalf's thoughts were troubled as he began his descent from the mountain. He replayed in his mind everything he had learned about the device and its construction, searching for clues to its creator's identity. The level of skill required, the deep knowledge of primordial forces, the ability to work with the language of power itself, all of these pointed to someone of considerable learning and ability. One of the Istari seemed the most likely possibility, but which one? Saruman remained the prime suspect in Gandalf's mind. The White Wizard's interest in ancient lore and forgotten powers was well known, and his pride had been growing over the years. His conviction that he alone possessed the wisdom to guide the free peoples through the coming darkness. But would even Saruman be so reckless as to attempt to harness a primordial entity? The risk was enormous, the potential for catastrophe beyond calculation. Surely he would see that. Surely his vaunted intelligence would recognize the folly of such an undertaking. Unless, Gandalf thought grimly, he believed he could control it. Unless his pride had grown so great that he no longer recognized the existence of powers beyond his ability to master. That was the danger of walking the path Saruman had chosen, seeking always to accumulate more knowledge and more power. Eventually, one convinced oneself that there were no limits, no boundaries that must be respected, and when that happened, disaster inevitably followed. The path down the mountain was long and steep, winding through passes still touched by early autumn frost. Gandalf moved slowly, his shortened staff clicking against the stones with each step, his mind turning over the puzzle that had been presented to him. If not Saruman, then who? The other Istari seemed unlikely candidates. Radagast concerned himself with birds and beasts, showing little interest in the deep lore of the world's foundation. The Blue Wizards had gone east long ago and were lost to knowledge, pursuing their own missions in lands beyond even Gandalf's extensive travels. As the sun rose on his third day of descent, Gandalf came upon a small stream that tumbled down from the heights, its water clear and cold as winter stars. He knelt beside it to drink and to refill his water skin, and as he did so, he noticed something that made him pause. There, pressed into the soft mud at the stream's edge, was a footprint. It was old, weathered by rain and time, but still discernible, and it was not the print of any boot worn by the Aranath or any other mortal folk of these mountains. The print was long and narrow, made by a shoe of fine craftsmanship, and beside it in the mud were marks that suggested the bearer had been carrying something heavy, a staff perhaps, planted firmly in the earth to help bear the weight of a burden. Gandalf studied the print carefully, and a cold certainty settled over him. This was the track of the one who had built the device, the mysterious scholar who had infiltrated the Aranath and stolen their strength. And the print was heading not toward the mountain, but away from it, following this very stream down toward the lowlands. The trail was months old, far too old to follow with any hope of catching up to its maker, but it told Gandalf something important nonetheless. Whoever had done this had not worked hastily or in panic, but had departed in a leisurely fashion, confident that their work would not be discovered until it was too late. That spoke of arrogance, certainly, but also of careful planning and long preparation. This had been no impulsive scheme, but a project years in the making, researched and refined until the perpetrator was certain of success. Gandalf stood and gazed down the mountainside, following with his eyes the path the stream would take through the valleys below. Somewhere out there, in some hidden refuge or fortress, the enemy was no doubt already planning their next move. They had failed here, but failure was merely information, a lesson learned about what worked and what did not. Next time they would be more careful, more thorough, and they would choose a target where interference would be less likely. The wizard's thoughts turned to the other ancient places scattered across Middle-earth, the forgotten corners where old powers slumbered and ancient seals maintained their vigil. How many of them were as vulnerable as the prison beneath the mountain had been? How many relied on peoples like the Aranath, unknowing guardians whose strength and continuity were all that stood between the world and catastrophe? And how many of those peoples might already be under attack, their strength being drained away, while they attributed their decline to natural causes or simple misfortune? It was a sobering thought, and one that would require action. Gandalf would need to send word to those who might help, to Elrond in Rivendell, and perhaps even to the White Council, though the thought of dealing with Saruman's pride and politics filled him with weariness. But the danger was too great to ignore, and even the risk of revealing too much to a potential enemy was preferable to allowing this threat to grow unchecked. As he continued his descent, Gandalf's mind turned to the larger patterns he could perceive, the sense he had of vast forces moving in the world, converging towards some point of crisis, still years or perhaps decades in the future. The device beneath the mountain was connected to those forces somehow, he felt certain. It was not an isolated incident, but part of a larger design, one more thread in a web that was being woven across all of Middle-earth. The enemy, whoever they were, was preparing for something. They were gathering power, seeking out ancient sources of strength that had been forgotten or overlooked. And they were doing so with a patience and subtlety that spoke of long experience and deep understanding of how the world worked. This was not the crude aggression of orcs or the blunt force of dragons, but something far more insidious, a corruption that worked from within, turning the world's own defences against it. 3 weeks later, Gandalf sat in Elrond's study in Rivendell, recounting all that had transpired in the mountains. The Lord of the Elves listened in grave silence, his ageless face growing more troubled with each detail. When Gandalf finished his tale and showed him the transformed section of his staff, the piece that had been touched by the entity's power and continued to shift between states of matter, Elrond examined it with a mixture of fascination and horror. "This should not exist," the Elf Lord said quietly. "The ability to stabilize transformation in this way, to make the process itself into a permanent state, rather than a transition between fixed points, speaks of understanding that should have been lost when the world was made complete. Whoever achieved this has recovered knowledge that was meant to remain buried. Or perhaps," Gandalf said slowly, "they never lost it in the first place. Perhaps they are older than we have guessed, a survivor from an earlier age who has hidden themselves away all these long years, waiting for their moment." Elrond met his gaze, and understanding passed between them. The thought was almost too terrible to voice aloud. If there existed a being of power from the elder days, one who had mastered the law of transformation before it was sealed away, who had perhaps even participated in the binding of the primordial entities, then their knowledge and ability would be beyond anything the current age could readily counter. Such a being would know intimately the weaknesses of the seals, would understand exactly how to exploit them. "I will send scouts," Elrond said finally, "to the other ancient places, the forgotten sites where the roots of the world run deep. If there have been similar incidents elsewhere, we must know of them, and I will speak with Galadriel. Her sight reaches farther than mine, and she may perceive patterns that are hidden from our view." Gandalf nodded his approval. "And I will continue my wanderings, keeping watch for any sign of this enemy or their workings. But I fear we are already behind in this race, reacting to moves that were made long ago rather than anticipating what comes next. The two old friends sat in silence for a time, contemplating the shadows that gathered at the edges of their awareness. Finally, Elrond spoke again, his voice carrying a note of something that might have been hope or merely determination in the face of inevitable struggle. The Araneth have proven that these ancient seals can be renewed, that the damage done can be repaired. That is something, at least. Knowledge we did not possess before, and knowledge is often the difference between defeat and victory in such matters. Gandalf smiled faintly. Yes, he agreed, and they have proven something else as well, that ordinary people, given knowledge and purpose, can rise to extraordinary challenges. Thessaly and her people are not great warriors or powerful sorcerers, but they have taken up the burden of guardianship willingly and will bear it faithfully. There is strength in that, strength that cannot be calculated or predicted, but which nonetheless changes the balance of all our equations. He stood, preparing to take his leave, but paused at the doorway. "One thing more," he said. "The entity that I confronted beneath the mountain, the primordial force of transformation, it was not evil. It did not wish harm upon the world, could not even conceive of harm in the way we understand it. It simply wished to be, to express its nature without constraint. And I found myself, in some strange way, sympathizing with it even as I worked to keep it imprisoned." "That is the nature of such forces," Elrond replied. "They existed before good and evil, before the concepts that give those terms meaning. To fight them is not to battle wickedness, but to defend a particular vision of what the world should be against other visions equally valid from their own perspective. It is a sobering reminder that not all threats come from malice, that sometimes the greatest dangers arise from the collision of incompatible truths." Gandalf nodded slowly, absorbing the wisdom in those words. Then he stepped out into the courtyard, where Shadowfax waited, and prepared to resume his endless journey. The mountains called to him, and the wild places where few ventured, for in those forgotten corners he might find the answers he sought, or at least more pieces of the puzzle that grew more complex with each revelation. As he rode from Rivendell, following the winding paths that led into the wilderness, Gandalf thought of the Araneth singing their renewed songs around the Singing Stones, maintaining their vigil over powers they barely understood. He thought of Thessaly carving her symbols with hands that had learned in hours what should have taken years, accepting a burden that would shape the rest of her life. And he thought of the unknown enemy, somewhere out there in the vast expanse of Middle-earth, plotting their next move in a game whose full scope was only beginning to become clear. The afternoon sun painted the western sky in shades of amber and rose, and somewhere a bird sang its evening song, clear and pure in the gathering dusk. The world went on, beautiful and terrible, balanced precariously between order and chaos, between the structured reality that thinking beings required and the infinite possibility that preceded all form. And Gandalf the Grey rode on, as he had for age upon age, watching and waiting, interfering when he must, and guiding when he could. A single thread in the vast tapestry of creation, but determined nonetheless to ensure that the pattern held true. Thus ends the tale of Gandalf and the Singing Stones, one among many legends of the wandering wizard, preserved now in the records of Rivendell and whispered still among the Araneth, who maintain their vigil in the high places. The enemy that threatened their home was turned back, but not destroyed, and the question of their identity and ultimate purpose remained a shadow over all the wizard's subsequent deeds. Yet hope remained also, kindled in the hearts of those who had learned that even the smallest community could hold back the greatest darkness, that courage and wisdom and faithful service were weapons as powerful in their own way as any magic or might of arms, and in the end, that hope would prove the difference between victory and defeat. Though that tale belongs to another time and another telling.